Day one saw a new world record set on the world's fastest ice. It was Jordan Stolz delighting the home fans, going faster than anyone has ever skated before in the 1,000 meters. He's back to today to skate in two other distances. More to come. Also, a matchup of world record holders in the men's team pursuit against the team that has it and the team that did. Norway against the United States. All that and more coming up on day two of the ISU Speed Skating World Cup from the Utah Olympic Oval. Hi everyone, Gavin Day here, back for another day. What a day it was yesterday, wasn't it? Jordan Stolz absolutely lighting up the Utah Olympic Oval in the 1,000 meters. He's back already. We're about to get underway in the men's 1,500 meters. And already jumping into pair number one. You see it? Stefan Emele of Germany and Alan Dahl Johansen of Norway. Emele, 27 years of old. He's from Darmstadt. This is actually his A group debut, A division debut on World Cup. Alan Dahl Johansen, you actually saw him take a tumble yesterday in the mass start. But he was back here and ready to go. The 1,500, the agonizing distance that's not quite a sprint, not quite a distance event. And it is just all pain. Emele, as I mentioned, his first appearance in the A division this year. Johansen has been up there a few times. His best result was at home in Norway, an 8th place at the Oval in Stavanger back in December. Did compete at the European Championships, 15th in this distance for the 27-year-old. His personal best was set in Calgary. So to see what being on the world's fastest ice can do for him. Alan Dahl Johansen with the faster lap there. He's just about 0.4 of a second off the pace. Talked about Stolz in the open. He is back. And he will compete in the 1,500 and the 500 today. We were talking yesterday about the arena conditions. Are they set up for world records? The air pressure, the ice conditions, all of that. And Mr. Stolz answered it pretty emphatically yesterday. We'll see if more can fall in the men's team pursuit is something that I'm watching Norway and the United States. The current world record holders set 3 weeks ago on low-level ice in Heerenveen against the former world record holders from the United States. The first race coming to the line. It looks like Johansen barely hanging on. Emele is pushing him a little bit. And it is Johansen by 0.07 of a second. Is the German record holder in the distance. Also, plenty of heavy hitters into this men's 1,500. Min Jong Yang is in, Patrick Rust is in, Petter Kongshaug is in, Kjeld Nuis also here. So, just diving right into the deep end here with what could be one heck of a 1,500 meters. Alessio Trentini is in the next pair, 29 years old. So right there. In the Azzurri blue with the Italian flag over his shoulder. And Vincent Dehetre, the Canadian, 29-year-old. We saw him yesterday in the 1,000. He's in his second race of the weekend. It is also Trentini's second race of the weekend. He was in the B division of the 1,000 meters yesterday. There are 2,000 meters this weekend. The second is tomorrow. Trentini finishing 6th, and it's always interesting to see the skaters who are sometimes in A, sometimes in B, get new looks at new faces. We don't get the broadcasts of the B division, and so sometimes it's brand new seeing some of these skaters. De Hetre with the faster opening. And this is that mix where you see sprinters doing the 1500. Like Trentini or like De Hetre, you expect them to go out hard and just try to scrap and claw their way to hang on as best they can. You'll see a guy like Patrick Rust later on today just starting to really get into it. The endurance that they have. And it is still De Hetre and Trentini out in front. Trentini with the small advantage. Trentini carrying a faster speed into that corner. A 3 3/4 lap race. There is the bell. To 1,100 meters, adding to that time. Good lap from Trentini. 1:26.19, 26.5 for De Hetre. Closing in on half a second gap between these two men. There's that crossover on the back stretch. Give the man coming up on the inner lane a small glimmer of hope that the catch could be made, but it's going to be Trentini taking the pair, both arms down. And he'll take this one at 1:43.48. De Hetre hung on. Pick up second, 1:44.3. Trentini loving that one. I'm going to guess that's a new personal best. It is by a second and a half or so for him. Come to that fast ice and you start throwing down times. The results sheet that we get, it's on the ISU website. There's a PB in red next to the time. And there have been a lot of them on this fast ice. Since we're in the mood, just going to drop it down there. Killed nice. 1:40.17 is the world record. Next pair is an interesting one. Connor Howe and Seitaro Ichinoue of Japan. Howe 23, Ichinoue 28. Howe second on World Cup in this distance last season. Had a bit of a slow start. Ichinoe's best result in this distance is a 4th place from the opening round World Cup in Obihiro in Japan. Since then, they've just kind of tailed off. And Howe did race yesterday in the mass start. Was in a breakaway for a little bit, picked up a few of the sprint points. But it was about a week ago at the Four Continents. I was asking which Connor Howe is going to show up. The one who was the second in World Cup on this distance a year ago, or the one who has really had a slow start to the season, and then he came out and he won the 1500 at the Four Continents. So this man will be answering some questions possibly within the next couple moments or so. It's very even through the early going. Howe is in front though, and he is a couple tenths of a second under the time set by Ichinoue. 25.15 lap time. Pardon me, the fastest lap time set by Trentini at the moment. Right up on the shoulder. Gets that inner lane. Chance to pad the lead a little bit over Ichinoue. It's going to come up to the bell. Howe just about bang on as well. Didn't really add anything, didn't really lose anything. He's about a 100th of a second to the good. Very close to the time set by Trentini. Trentini, as we know, set a new personal best, 1:43.48. Howe leading this one to the line, but here comes Ichinoue closing it up a little bit. It is going to be Howe taking it the time he gets. That's a good last lap, 1:42.83. So Connor Howe jumped about over 0.6 of a second on that last lap over Trentini. And he nicely slots into the green at the moment atop the leaderboard. Another Japanese and Canadian pair coming up. Always gauge their expression. Are you happy with it? Tough to tell from that look. Next pair has Taiyo Nonomura of Japan, 22, and Antoine Gelina-Beaulieu. We also saw him in the mass start yesterday. He took a tumble. Nonomura was 11th in the 1,000 meters yesterday.
Go to the stop.
That home ice really does make a difference. Ichinoue's best result in the 1,500 meters is a 5th in Obihiro. And in the 1,500, ever since then, he's been in the double digits. And so, nothing quite like home, it seems, for Seitaro Ichinoue. That was a pretty solid stop to start the year for that Japanese side. Really kicked their season off right on the right foot. And Nonomura out fastest by over 0.3 of a second. Gelina-Beaulieu sitting about 0.09 of a second back. And we will see how Ichinoue can hold it. He does pretty much exclusively 1,000s and 1,500s. So we'll see what kind of endurance is in those legs to make up the speed. He's about 1/4 of a second up right now. Gelina-Beaulieu slipping a little bit further behind. Potentially a dicey crossover here. Everybody threw it safely though. And now you see the live time check in the corner. Ichinoue losing time to Howe. Now he's in the red. And we do remember Howe had a blistering final kick on that last lap. Took out about 0.6 of a second on Alessio Trentini. So Nonomura's challenge may just be going by the wayside here. And Gelina-Beaulieu looks like he's starting to get some life back in those legs, seeing if he can't challenge into the final 100 meters or so. It is, at the moment, Nonomura. But here comes Gelina-Beaulieu closing it up. Going to make this one close, but Nonomura will take the pair. 1:44.37, 1:44.5 for Gelina-Beaulieu. And then slotting into 5th and 6th places. That is our 4th pair of 10. All Japanese pair coming up. We'll have Masaya Yamada 15th in the 1,000 meters yesterday. Going up against Riku Tsuchiya, 26 years old. More of a distance skater. So don't expect the quickest of starts from him. Interesting mix in this pair.
Go to the stop. Worthy.
Yamada, as I mentioned, we saw him in the 1,000 meters yesterday. He really sticks to thousands and 1500s. Tsuchiya, 1500s and 5000s. So we could see some very different tactics here with more sprint-oriented Yamada going out quickest. He has the white armband, as you'd expect, very quick opening from him. Tsuchiya not far off the pace. He should, I would imagine, skate into this race. Yamada wants to just build up a time and then hang on as best he can. Different body types too. Yamada, stockier. Tsuchiya, much leaner individual. Very even through for these two skaters. Yamada out in front, 1:16.57. He's about a second and a half off the pace. Tsuchiya a further half second or so adrift. Looks like it is Yamada leading things around. Tsuchiya closing it up late though. Looks like Yamada will just hang on. 9th and 10th for these two, 1:45.04, 1:45.27. And so still at the moment, Connor Howe is 1:42.83 atop the leaderboard. Second, Seitaro Ichinoe. And third, Alessio Trentini. Except we have our first look at a skater from the Netherlands, Wesley Dijsch. And Bert Swings. There's Dijsch, 28.
Go to the stop. Worthy.
Dijsch, who says the 1500 is his best distance, just off the podium at the World Single Distances last year. He has a gold, 2 golds actually last year on World Cup, one of them in the 1500. That was in Calgary. Swings we saw yesterday, finishing in second in the mass start, finishing just behind Korea's Chung Jae-won. And it is Dijsch, 10th of a second ahead of Howe's time. All of Dijsch's personal bests in various distances were all skated in the Netherlands except the 1500. Now Dijsch has slipped behind the time by Howe, but only a matter of a few hundredths of a second. We'll have to refine something though, as we do know Howe really had a solid final lap to push things over the top. At the moment, there's the live split. Dijsch is within a 10th of a second of Howe's time at the bell, and he's actually ahead of it now by 0.04 of a second. So picking it right back up. Swings gained maybe 0.02 of a second over the last split time. Dijsch. He's in sight of Howe's time. Last few strides will be crucial. Dijsch eyeing the top of the leaderboard, and he does it by 0.05 of a second, 1:42.78. Swings goes 5th, 1:43.62. there's Howe, who will slip out of first and into second, but that skate took a lot out of Wesley Deich. Top 6 at the moment. Some big skaters still to come. Next pair has Hallgeir Ingebrigtsen of Norway and Henrik Dombeck of Germany.
Go to the stop. Worthy.
Ingebrigtsen. Might see him potentially later today, never know. In the team pursuit, a member of the Norwegian gold medal winning side from the Beijing Games. Also won a bronze medal in the 5,000 meters. So one of those skaters who leans more towards 15 and 5 versus 1,000 and 1,500. Dombeck, though, going faster than Deich in the opening couple hundred meters. Dombeck, a pure sprinter, 500,000s largely. And this is another one of those races where the sprinter crossover with the distance skater. Not the fastest times through that first full lap. It's Dombeck out in front, trying to stave off a charging Ingebrigtsen, who goes way out wide there. I don't think he interfered with anything, obviously, as Dombeck was well past, but that certainly won't help your time in any way. And Dombeck, that allows him to go right over the top on that last crossover. Ingebrigtsen, the speed just isn't there, and I'd imagine he's maybe eyeing the next race. Today, not his day. Henrik Dombeck of Germany looking like he is going to win the pair. Not going to challenge the leaders, though. And he goes 144.25 into 6th. Ingebrigtsen, 145.60. Good enough for 14th. That actually is a new personal best for Dombeck. By more than a second and a half, anyway. That time that moving him up into 6th place. Down to our final 3 pairs. They are some pretty good ones indeed. There you are, Ning Zhongyan of China and Sander Eitrem of Norway.
Go to the stop. Worthy.
Slight movement there for my trim.
Not safe. Go to the stop.
This time they do get away cleanly. Ning, couple of medals. The opening World Cup stops in this distance in Japan and at home in China. Certainly the one to watch, at least on form in this pair. Ning left the sport in 2011. Certainly well out in front right now. Current leading time 1:42.77. That was Leslie Deitch. And Ning about a second in front of that. Eitrem further adrift. Ning's big challenge now. Hang on. There's someone who competes in a lot of thousands as well. There's that live split. More than 1.2 seconds advantage. Ning gets the bell. There it is, 1.3, adding just a little bit more. Eitrem is about a second and a half off the pace, the fastest pace at the moment. Can Ning hang on? He has a cushion to work with. It's down to about 1.1. The pain in those legs. Ning just leaving everything he has left, dropping the arms, goes fastest by a second. 1:41.78. So he lost time on that last lap. Not the fastest lap in the world, but he doesn't matter. He's happy with that one. And so Ning, after finishing second in the 1,000 meters yesterday, atop the podium at the moment. He was also bronze at the last World Cup in this distance. That, of course, he stopped in Tomasz Mazowiecki in Poland. So he likes that one. 1:41.78, about 0.4 of a second off his personal best. Now, the fans in attendance will be sitting a little closer to the edge of their seats. The new world record holder in the 1,000 meters, Jordan Stolz. 19 world champion. You know who he is by now. And Kazuya Yamada, 22 years old. He was 17th yesterday in this distance, but he was in the bronze medal position, third place in Norway earlier this season.
Go to the stop. Wordy.
So Stolz's own personal best is 1:42.26. It is a little bit adrift of the current world record, 1:40.17, but remember, he's 19. Think of the races that lie ahead of this young man. You obviously don't want to put any pressure on his future, but it's difficult not to. 0.07 of a second through the first opening 300 meters. Yamada hanging in there as well nicely. Within just over 0.2 of a second off of Stolz's time. But I think he's just going to watch Stolz shift into another gear and disappear into the distance, into a cloud of dust. Or maybe not, you never know. Stolz slipping a little bit there. There is the time compared to Ning. We do know that Ning lost a lot of time on that last lap, and Stolz, I think, might one day also be eyeing world all-arounds. If not this year, maybe in the future. Now Stolz going even. Now he goes into the green by a couple hundredths of a second. And if he puts that kind of lap in, Ning is going to have a very short stay atop the podium, adding tenths of a second, piling on for Jordan Stolz. He now has a half a second lead on the time set by Ning. He's got the home support behind him. Jordan Stolz, world record in the 1,000 yesterday. Top of the leaderboard here, 140.87 by 9/10 of a second. 140.87, a mere 7/10 of a second off the current world record. So Jordan Stolz just threw down a solid time to beat. And it just dawned on me why there was a change in the start lists. It was Kjeld Nice is not on it. It was originally, but now he's not. I know yesterday he sort of stood up in the 1,000 meters. So that just means one final pair. Petter Kongshaug of Norway and Patrick Rust of the Netherlands.
Goes a stop. Worthy.
And so these two men, first and third at the European Championships. That was about 3 weeks ago in Heerenveen in the Netherlands. There's Kongshaug winning that one. As we know, Rust is probably watching more the 5,000 meters, but he is competitive here as well. Kongshaug, not only European champion, also won the last World Cup stop in Poland. So, interesting to see how they will match up to Stolz's time. I'm not sure if Rust is using this to get ready for his 5,000 or if he's just going to try to push late. And as we know, those distance skaters gaining speed as they go. Kongshaug, a second and a quarter off the pace. Last lap time 25.5, Rust 26.35. Now it looks like Rust is starting to shift. He's certainly going the faster of the two. He's got some work to do to close that gap, though. At the moment, it is Kongshaug. And there's the bell. 26.24. Last lap time 1:15.58. Rust pretty far adrift right now. Kongshaug sitting at 9th at the last time check. He was atop the podium at the last World Cup, so things change. Especially when there's the change of ice surface, change of conditions, and so on. Kongshaug will muster a 6th place finish, 1:43.26. Rust 1:44.44. That puts him into 14th place, and that means no world record, doesn't matter. Jordan Stolz, your winner of the 1,500. Look at the winner. We'll get the official results coming up in just a little bit. You may also hear our in-arena announcer at the Utah Olympic Oval announcing the results. I always just like to do it when the board comes up. There is the silver medalist, Ning Yongnang. Zhongyan, pardon me. There we are. Stolz, Ning, and Daesh. 1, 2, and 3. Connor Howe, the Canadian, 600ths of a second. off the podium, and then Seitaro Ichinoe of Japan rounding out the top 5. Women's 1500 meters coming up next. I do not see the ice resurface. That's always my first look. Whether there is going to be a break. I think they're just going to jump right into it. Maybe they'll prove me wrong. The updated World Cup standings. Ning's position there very precarious. Jordan Stolz, Patrick Rust, Peter Konsau, and Wesley Deitch. Oh, pardon me, we jumped to the 500 meters. Right. I was getting my 1500 meters ready. It's the women's 500. I was getting ahead of myself. Women's 500 meters, then women's 1500, and then the men's 500 meters. So we are going to zip through these pretty darn quickly. Moment. There's the World Cup leader, the defending Olympic champion, Aaron Jackson. Just won 500 meters this weekend. There are 2,000 meters. Another American to watch out for, Kimi Getz. Very, very close to knocking off Miho Takagi yesterday in the 1,000 meters. Let's see what kind of fire that lights within her. What's the ongoing rivalry with her own teammate, Kim Min-sun. Slower start to the year, but she has come on lately. I will mention it again, the change of boots. She started with some different ones than she was used to. Didn't really get them set in the way she wanted to. Said she'll come back to them later. And switched back to the old boots, and that has paid off. There's the start list. Here's to watch out for. Usually coming near the end, but there's Jutta Leerdam in the 5th pair. Kim Min-sun against Kimi Getz in the 9th pair. Certainly going to be good and interesting. There's Erin Jackson in the 8th. Vanessa Herzog. Keep an eye out on her in the 7th pair. She had a pretty good European Championships. Didn't have the greatest start to the World Cup season, but perhaps coming on just a little bit. There's a look at Leerdam. Looks like we're about set to get underway. Martina Baran of Poland and Yekaterina Aidova of Kazakhstan in this one. Baran, 22 years old. Has been up and down between A and B division this season. And this is the second time we've seen Aidova, at least on the broadcast, 12th yesterday in the 1,000 meters. For the 4-time Olympian from Kazakhstan. Baran's personal best of 38.98 was set in Stavanger in Norway, so it'll be interesting to see what being on this ice surface does. It's Aidova by just over a quarter of a second. Baran will use that inner lane to get out in front, but only for a moment. Aidova now has something to chase down the backstretch, getting a good pull through that draft. Tucking into the inner lane. It's going to be Aidova pulling away right now. Yekaterina Aidova looking odds on to set the fastest time from Kazakhstan. She will take the pair and set the fastest time at 38.02. Baran goes 38.65, and there is a new fastest lap for the, or personal best rather, for the young skater from Poland. And just like that, one race, one new personal best in the 500 meters. You always have to look at the younger skaters and their first time on this surface in this facility and say, odds are I could see you getting a personal best. And it's another skater from Poland coming up, Karolina Bosiek from Poland, and Kako Yamane from Japan. Bosiek, 23 years old, and Yamane is 28. Have picked up a 3rd place in Poland in a B division 500 meters this season.
Go to the start. Ready.
Bosiek 6th in the 500 meters at the European Championships. It's really averaged in the double digits. so far this season, and it is Yamane out fastest of the pair. A couple hundredths of a second off the pace. Bosiek about 0.2 of a second down. Yamane will drift into that inner lane and see what kind of lap these two skaters can skate. It is Yamane coming up the inside. Bosiek keeping it close, but it looks like it is going to be Yamane taking this one and goes fastest. 38 seconds even by 0.02 of a second. Bosiek 38.09. Next up, Carolina Hiller, a 26-year-old Canadian. We often see her as a member of Canada's team sprint side, going up against one of the youngsters, the youth movement. This Korean said 18-year-old Lee Na-yoon.
Go to the start. Ready.
Despite just being 18, Lee has plenty of experience under her belt. She already has a world single distances to her credit. That was last season in Heerenveen with a 14th in the 500 meters, and it's a fast openers for both of them compared to our previous times. Lee out in front about 0.04 of a second quicker than Hiller's time. Now chasing Hiller down the back stretch. This one looks like it could be Lee really seizing it, take control of the race. Lee out in front, going to take this one. Can she keep it in the green? Out, absolutely, yes she can. By nearly 0.7 of a second. 37.34, Hiller goes 38.07. I would not be surprised. And indeed it is, new personal best for Lee Na-yoon. The young skaters, new personal bests almost come fast and furious. At the moment there you see it, Lee Yamane and Aidova. Next pair, Tian Rining of China. 27 years of age, 12th the last time this race was run. It has been up there in the top 10 in the 500 meters on World Cup this season. And Sarah Warren, 27 years old, from the United States, has come through a serious knee injury in her career.
Ready.
Red flag means false start will go to Warren.
Full start, outer lane, not stable. Go to the start. Ready.
Warren is such an interesting story. Former collegiate soccer or football player, tore her ACL twice, has needed 4 surgeries, and when you tear your ACL, that's such a frustrating injury, because you can almost walk normally, but there's no stability in your knee, and of course you can't do sports, and so that's why the surgery is required. Now she's been studying to be for a master's in bioengineering, so such an interesting skater. But anyway, at the moment it is Tian out in front. Best finish this season is a 5th, if I'm not mistaken, in Beijing. She goes second right now, 37.60, 38.21 for Warren, the American, who's almost 9/10 of a second off the pace, into 7th. There we have Aria Yamada and Yuta Leerdam. Of course, the 1,000 perhaps more her specialty, but she is no slouch in the 500. Couple World Cup podiums this season in the distance.
Ready.
It's interesting to note, for as accomplished as she is and how many times she's skated around the world, Leerdam's best 500-meter time was skated in Heerenveen. We do know she is that 1,000-meter specialist. She has the Olympic Games silver in the 1,000, so she might put up a lap. But we will see how she's feeling today. At the moment, it is Yamada. Very compact. See the big size in skaters. Yamada will take it, and she will move into 3rd place, 0.3 of a second, 37.65. 37.70 for Leerdam. That's actually a new personal best for Yamada. Next one has Yukino Yoshida of Japan going up against Naomi Verkerk. Yoshida, 20 years old, so certainly lots to come for that young woman from Morioka. Verkerk, so pretty accomplished.
Go to the start.
100-meter run. And if you were wondering where Morioka is, as I was just saying that about Yukino Yoshida, if you're getting up to the northern end of the main Japanese island called Honshu, closing in on Hokkaido, it's actually not far from Hachinohe, which will host the World Junior Long Speed Skating Championships this year. And at the moment, is that woman from Japan out in front, Yukino Yoshida. But here comes Verkerk, bringing it to the line, closing it right up. Verkerk is going to make this close. It is still Yoshida hanging on, 38.17. She goes 9th, 38.24 for Verkerk. She's 11th. She was 16th yesterday in the 1,000 meters. Still Li Naiyun at the moment. Tian Rining. And Rio Yamada. Here is Li. Next pair. This is what I'm watching. Vanessa Herzog of Austria. She's been a regular on the podium. Woman from Austria, 28 years old. This year, her best result on World Cup is 6th place. And then we have Angelika Wojcik, 27-year-old from Poland. She was 5th at the recent World Championship. She has also finished on the podium at home in Poland. She won bronze in a 500 meters there, one of the two that was held there. So, interesting pair this.
Ready.
And just talking about Herzog, I'm just wondering if there's perhaps been a light switch moment with the European Championships. Bronze in the 500, bronze in the 1,000. And Wojcik right up there on the opening, just a couple hundred seconds off the pace. Herzog going with a 10.69. And we'll see what kind of lap these two can skate. Wojcik on the inside, Herzog drifting over there. There is a look at Herzog. Wojcik closing right up. This could just be a drag race to the finish. These two are side by side. I think Herzog is holding her off for now. It's going to be Herzog, and she goes second, 37.5. By 1600ths of a second off the pace. Wojcik to 6th, about a half a second adrift. Not bad. Sort of shrug from Herzog there, reading the body language. This is likely the pair that all skaters will judge themselves against. On the inner lane, Mart Flederis, 22 years of age, from the Netherlands, just off the podium at the European Championships in this distance. And this is who I'm talking about. The gold standard, literally, the Olympic champion, Erin Jackson. Who has found her form this year. Last year she talked about having a lot of commitments outside of the rink, and this year it's been largely back to business. But of course she did also compete in the Pan American Games in inline skating.
Ready.
Flederis was also just off the podium in the second of two 500 meters in Poland just before the holiday break. Look at that opener. Jackson by 0.2 of a second. Flederis with the 13th fastest opener, and just Jackson is going to get sucked along a little bit, but she's already going faster than Flederis. She doesn't want to stay in that draft for very long. Jackson on the inner lane. She had the fastest opener, eyeing the fastest time at the finish line. Erin Jackson on pace perhaps for another gold medal. She goes fastest, 36.90 by nearly half a second. 37.59 for 4th. Flederis just hanging in there, doing well to keep pace. 36.90 is it's exactly a 1/10 of a second off her personal best time. And we are just going from strength to strength to strength in these final two pairs. This is a nice ovation. They know greatness when they see it. Jackson, Lee, Herzog, 1 through 3 at the moment. And here we have it, Kim Min Sun and Kimmy Getz. Getz got off on the right foot this season, winning the first 500 meters in Obihito. But I talked about the boots being sorted for Kim Min Sun, going back to the old ones, and that yielded back-to-back wins, 500 meters in Norway and in the first 500 meters in Poland. She then finished second
To the start.
in the second 500 meters. So Kim and Getz, let's go.
Ready.
Getz, heartbreakingly close to the great Miho Takagi yesterday in the 1,000 meters. Time and again talking about her breakout season on World Cup, a little bit off the pace, just set by Jackson. And it is Kim Min-soon out in front. She had the slower of the two opening 100 meters, but it was just by 0.08 of a second. Getz now working that corner on the inner lane. Getz coming out just a little bit in front of Kim. Getz now driving to the line. It's going to be Getz taking the pair and going second, 37.09. Kim Min-soon 37.22 second and third at the moment. So Jackson looking on course for yet another 500-meter World Cup victory. But you do never know if there's anyone who could do it in that last pair. And they're coming up next. Femke Kok of the Netherlands does have a World Cup victory. He was first in the second of the 500 meters in Obihito. Here's a look at the leaderboard and the leader. There we have it. Femke Kok in orange of the Netherlands. 23-year-old. Wonder if we'll also see her in the mixed relay today. And Kurumi Inagawa, 24 years old. Best result in the 500 this year is a 6th place. She's got 3 of them.
Ready.
Clean start between these two. Kok will need to do a new personal best if she wants a chance of beating Jackson. Both of these skaters have identical opening times, just over 0.2 of a second off the pace set by Jackson. She did throw down a lap, that is for sure. It is Kok out in front right now. Inagawa coming up the inside lane. They had identical opening 100 meters. It looks like it's Inagawa out in front right now. Femke Kok closing it as they come to the finish, and it's going to be Femke Kok. 37.26, 37.36 for Kurumi Inagawa. So it's actually a new personal best for Inagawa. But not good enough to trouble the podium. And so, once again, an American 1 and 2. Erin Jackson gold. Kimmy Getz silver. Kim Min-soon provisionally in third. Wait for confirmation to go up on the big board. That's how it looks like from here. Another silver medal for the pile for Kimmy Getz. And yet another gold for the reigning Olympic champion. There are the results. Jackson, Getz, Kim, 1, 2, and 3. Kok and Lee, 4th and 5th. So, the ice resurfacers are out. They'll put on a fresh surface. They'll hand out some medals. And then we will get back to action in just a little bit. I'm going to take a quick little break as they take care of all of that. Women's 1500 meters coming up in about 15 minutes. Until then, stay with us, everyone. My name is Gavin Day. Talk to you in a bit.
For the Division A men's 1500 meters. Saying your words with Sergei Neze of the ISU and Gene Sandvig, a 1956 Olympian. In the men's 15 meters, finishing third in the season best 142.77, the bronze medalist from the Netherlands, Wesley Dice.
Thank you. Thank you.
Finishing second in his season best 141.78, the silver medalist from China, Ning Zhangyan.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you.
Finishing first, a 140.87, a new U.S. national record. The gold medalist for the United States of America, Jordan Stolz.
It's not like yesterday, but congratulations.
Congratulations to our medalists in the men's 1500 meters, the bronze medalist Wesley Dice, silver medalist Ning Zhangyan, and the gold medalist Jordan Stolz.
We have sound. There we have sound. All right, test shot.
So you've done now 40 pounds?
Coming up now, the medal ceremony for the women's 500 meters. So the world Sergei Neze and 1956 Olympian Gene Sandvig. In the women's 500 meters, the bronze medalist from Korea, Kim Min-sun.
Congratulations.
The silver medalist from the United States of America, Kimmy Yaps.
Thank you.
Another time.
Thank you.
Girls,
Thank
always
you.
And the gold medalist from the United States of America, Erin Jackson.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you.
Try to enjoy.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations again to our medalists in the women's 500 meters, the bronze medalist Kim Min Sun, the silver medalist Kimmy Getz, and the gold medalist Erin Jackson. Now just 5 minutes away from resuming racing here. Up next is the Division A women's 1,500 meters. World record for the women's 1,500 meters is 149.83. That's held by Japan's Emiko Takagi, skipping in here at number 9. She set that record back in March of 2019. Junior world record 154.21. That's set by the Netherlands Roy Midnight here in Utah back in March of 2018. Fastest time anywhere in the world this season for the women's 1,500 meters is 152.37. That was skated by Japan's Hikutani in its year 9. He leads the current World Cup standings for races. 240 points. She's taken first in all 4 races. On the China sitting second. We've all won the U.S. is currently third in the standings. 47 points. Rich Roll is in here 10. And yet the USA just took silver in the 500 meters, currently fourth in the 1,500 meter standings. 146 points, continuing on third place. Finish. She'll be paired with China's Han in year number 8. So overall, this is Melvin's unmet by gone. 144 points, 52 second place. She'll be skating here not in a long way to Emiko Takagi. Upcoming women's 1,500 meters, our start time is 13:20, just 3 minutes in the start now. Here to Utah with the goal.
Alrighty. Just about ready for the women's 1,500 meters, so just flipping things now. The women will be the 1,500 meters and the men the 500 meters. All going to plan 10 pairs. Indeed, that is the case. A couple of interesting ones near the end. Antoinette Wright-Medellong and Miho Takagi. And Kimmy Getz, we just saw her on the podium. She'll be out for the 1,500. Takagi, Han Mei, Brittany Bowe, Kimmy Getz, Antoinette Wright-Medellong, 1 through 5 at the moment on the World Cup standings. Although, if you were to pick a winner at the moment, Miho Takagi is awfully tough to beat, isn't she? Here we go. First pair, Isabel van Elst of Belgium and Yekaterina Aidova of Kazakhstan. We just saw Aidova not too long ago. So that 500, something of a warm-up. Van Elst, 25 years old. Not one we often see in the A division. Aidova, 4 Olympics to her name.
Go to the start. Ready.
Van Elst has already raced 2 B division races this weekend. She was 5th in the 1,000 yesterday, 18th in the 500 earlier today. As I mentioned, we have already seen her challenger from Kazakhstan, Yekaterina Aidova. She raced the A division of the 1500 at the moment, as Isabel van Elst is out in the front. Elst from Bennebroek, actually born in the Netherlands. She lives in Amsterdam now. Her 1500 meter personal best was set in Inzell in Germany. So something to watch out for is always the potential for a personal best. As I mentioned, Van Elst, born in the Netherlands. She does have dual nationality. Her mother is from Belgium. So got her start in the Netherlands. Tough to crack that Dutch program, to be sure. And it's Van Elst out in front right now. Certainly has had a little bit more rest since the B Division 500 meters skated this morning. She has a 1:25.25, almost identical lap time there to Aidova. And so whenever you see that happen, you wonder if the pendulum is starting to swing the other way. What Aidova has to close that gap, and if Van Elst is perhaps starting to fade just a little bit. She's still out in front at the moment. Aidova, though, that's a pretty sizable speed chunk to gain up, and that's exactly what she's doing. Aidova closing this one and takes the lead. Van Elst not able to hang on. Yekaterina Aidova takes the pair. 157.92, 158.24 for Van Elst. Pair, Sumide Kikuchi of Japan, a 28-year-old. And going up against her is from the Netherlands, Melissa Wijfje.
Go to the start. Ready.
Wijfje, the so heartbreaking story of just being an alternate at the Olympics, getting to go, but not being able to make it, finishing just out of the qualifying places in the 1500. She wants to be there in Cortina, though, as Melissa Wijfje. We actually saw her partner skate yesterday in the mass start, Marcel Bosker. Wijfje also studying commercial economics and juggling that with speed skating. But at the moment, it is Sumide Kikuchi of Japan out in front. She was 5th in this distance of the four continents a week ago. But now it is Waifia out in front by a hefty margin. 1.2 seconds in front. Kikuchi also ahead of the leader at the moment. But we saw how it was a mix in that last heat with Van Elst fading, Idova just skating into the race. We'll come up to the bell now. We'll see what kind of lap times they did here. Waifia 29.04, Sumire Kikuchi half a second off the pace. That moment, that bell lap really marks the flip in the previous pair where the skater in front, Isabel Van Elst, faded and Idova took control, but both of these women seem to be sustaining their speed a little bit more than the previous pair. It is Melissa Waifia who's going to take the pair comfortably and put up the fastest time by 4 seconds, 1:53.91. Kikuchi 1:55.25, 1 and 2. That is a new personal best for Kikuchi by exactly 2 seconds. The 28-year-old just knocked a big chunk of time out of her personal best. Let's see. Yesterday there was a 3,000 meters for the women. There was a B group as well. Those were done in quads, but I'll get into the little story I got from there earlier. Next heat has Yang Binyu of China, 21 years old, against Momoka Horikawa, 20 years old. So two very young skaters coming up here.
Go to the start. Ready.
And so as I was saying yesterday, there was the women's 3,000 meters. And in the B division, it was run in quads. And that they do that in distance events where instead of pairs like we have here, there are two sets of pairs starting at opposite ends of the track. And so yesterday in the women's 3,000 meters, Isabel Weidman had the fastest time. And it would have actually been faster than the A division times. And someone explained to me that starting in quads actually sort of creates a bit of a vortex effect. So it's the time is different. The conditions are different from when they're in pairs. And I just found that very interesting. So you can look at that fastest time in the B division and see it's faster than the A division. But remember, there's a vortex effect kind of creating that adds to a certain slipstream and reduces some of that drag in the air. And so I find that interesting about some of these races that get held. Anyway, very even pair through the opening little bit. 2 laps to go. Yang at the moment by 0.03 of a second, but both are about half a second off the pace. That was set by Melissa Waifia of the Netherlands, and it is Yang, the 21-year-old rather. Getting the bell, she gets it first. She now has about a half a second advantage on Horikawa. Yang was 6th in the 3,000 meters yesterday. And she's one of those skaters that does 1,500s and 3,000s. And Horikawa, though, closing the gap right up, and she might actually move in front of this pair. Good finishing kick by Momoka Horikawa, and she will take it and slot into third. 1:55.42, 1:55.78 for Yang Binyu. Third and fourth for these two skaters. Next pair is Yuna Onodera of Japan. 25-year-old. We saw her yesterday in the 1,000 meters. 3,000 meters, pardon me. She was 15th. And Caitlin McGregor, 29 years of age.
Go to the start. Ready.
Now, McGregor holds dual citizenship with Canada and Switzerland. That's because she was born in Switzerland and her father was coaching professional hockey in Switzerland. And so she followed in the family footsteps there and was playing hockey until her grandmother watched the 2006 Olympics in Turin and saw Canadian Cindy Clausen skating. Suggested she try it, and she did, and she was pretty good at it. And here she is. And here she is with going a quarter of a second faster than Melissa Waifia's time. Yuna Onodera also pretty quick opening. Onodera, another one of those skaters that goes towards the longer endurance side of things. McGregor, we see her often in the mass start. 0.3 of a second to the good now. With that bit of advice, work this corner. McGregor was 4th at the European Championships in the mass start. She skated the B division of the 3,000 meters yesterday. Picked up a 3rd place. And McGregor's now fallen behind by almost 0.4 of a second. Onodera looks like she is closing things right up. It is going to be the crossover, though, with McGregor going into that inner lane. And on tired legs. Must be such sweet relief to know you finish on that inner lane. It's McGregor dropping both the arms, trying to pick up any last bit of speed she can as she comes up to the finish. Goes 3rd, 1:55.30. Onodera, 1:56.37 in 6th place. And you can always hear the announcers just getting ahead a quick second before I do. New personal best for Onodera. It's actually for both of them. McGregor took over 2 seconds out of her personal best, and Onodera took almost 2 seconds. I'm happy with that. Next pair as Mia Manganello of the United States had a very productive 4 continents a week ago. 34 years of age out of Florida. And Esther Kiel, a 27-year-old, and the Netherlands on the outer lane. Kiel did not compete
Go to the start.
in the European Championships a couple weeks ago.
Ready.
Kiel does have a medal this year. It was in mass start. It was the interesting start to the season when Marijke Groenewold and Irene Schouten were not at the first stop in Obihiro, and so in stepped Esther Kiel at that first mass start and picked up a silver medal. Manganello has 3 bronze medals in mass start so far this season. And as I mentioned, had a very good 4 continents, silver in the 1500, bronze in the 3000 meters. And it's Kiel out to the faster opening of the 2. Kiel, another one of those skaters who does the long distances, just like Manganello. So it's going to be likely a race of slower starts, faster finishes, but they're both within a quarter of a second of the time right now set by Melissa Waifia. Always love those. The coaches' calls in the quieter arenas. And you hear what they say when the fans are not at full voice. Now you hear it. It's Manganello leading things to the bell. And she is 0.6 of a second off the pace. Keogh is a little further adrift. It is Manganello in control of this one. I've told her story many times. Narrowly missed the 2010 Olympic qualifying team for the U.S. Picked up a bike instead for a little bit. Made some money riding professionally. And did the unfinished business. Came back to the skates and has an Olympic medal in team pursuit. She's going to win this pair. Mia Manganello, 155.49. Fifth fastest. Esther Keogh, 157.31. That is eighth fastest. So still, Waifia's time hanging on atop the leaderboard. Now we get into the second half of the draw, though. Things might start to change. Ayano Sato of Japan on the inner lane. And it'll be the Canadian veteran Valerie Malte, who picked up her first career medal in the 3,000 meters yesterday on World Cup with a bronze medal performance. Broke up
Go to the start.
what was otherwise Dutch domination.
Ready.
Malte also would not be surprised if she is back on later today for the team pursuit, part of that Canadian trio with Isabelle Weideman and Evanie Blondin. They made their return last weekend, picking up gold at the Four Continents. And as I mentioned, we saw yesterday Weideman skated in the 3,000 meter B division. And Blondin, she just skates just about every race she gets in. Always a fighter, always a gamer. Anyway, at the moment, Sato is out in front. Very quick opening for her. It was the fastest one we've seen. Sato certainly has the fastest personal best time we've seen so far. And she hangs on, still 0.9 of a second in front of Melissa Waifia. Valerie Malte. Those endurance legs starting to kick in now. Sato going over the top. There is that live split time. Sato's lead fading. It's now Waifia almost in front. There is the bell. The time is ebbing away from Ayano Sato. She is still in front, but it's come down quite drastically, and now it's gone. It's all about gone. And now Waifia, really a testament to how strong of a last lap she put up. Melissa Waifia. In the lead, and now it's Malte taking the lead of the pair. It's going to be Malte bringing it to the line. And she will cross, going second fastest. Not bad from the Canadian, 154.08. Very quick last lap, 30.3. 154.91 for Ayano Sato. In the end, slipping 1 second off the pace. I believe that's Munsef Uardi, a Canadian coach, former Olympian for Canada in Sochi. So Malte skated the true endurance skaters 1,500 meters. Finished hard. Goes second fastest. And that is another personal best time. Malte won about 1.2 seconds faster than her previous best. Now we'll get another look at her teammate and a possible teammate in the team pursuit, Yvonne Blondin. I say her name enough every single weekend. And on the outer lane, yesterday's winner of the 3,000 meters, Joy Buna, 24-year-old. See how she can do in the 1,500.
Ready.
Blondin's best result in the 1,500 meters is a 7th so far this year. She's done that twice. And Buna, who is from Born, from the eastern part of the Netherlands, closer to the German border, so naturally she speaks English, Dutch, and German. Buna has a bronze medal from the European Championship. She's been 4th and 5th. And there's actually a 3rd as well. Right now in front, the two got off to a very quick start. 2 laps to go, still very quick. Buna 1 second in front. Blondin still more than 8/10 faster than Wyfia's time. And both of these skaters do have endurance kicks to them, so they are adding to their leads, as you can see. Wyfia's time has stood up since the second pair. Now these two skaters get the bell. Buna still in front, very much almost identical lap times between the two. Buna's going to get potentially one final draft on the backstretch. Doesn't look like she wants it. She's just going to tuck into that inner lane. Blondin losing some time a little bit. Buna, already a gold medal this weekend, in position to be on top of the leaderboard and battle for a second. Joy Buna, 152.23. And Blondin, 153.33. That's actually a new personal best for Buna, if I'm not. Yes, it is, by more than half a second. So Buna steady through. Blondin lost a little bit of time near the end, but he's still fast enough to move into second place.
Go to the start. Ready.
I don't think there will be enough for Han to beat the time set by Buna. Indeed, that's the case. She slides to second. And he gets 153.71, goes to fourth right now. Reshaping the leaderboard a little bit. And a nonchalant Joy Buna watching the proceedings around her. Two new personal bests there, both for Han Mei and Kimi Getz. And so far, in this race alone, nine personal bests. And two big pairs to come. Joy Buna might want to sit up and pay attention to this one. Antoinette Reitma de Jong, her teammate, the 28-year-old, and perhaps, more importantly, on the outer lane, Miho, the great Takagi. Years of age. Feels like she's been around forever. She was just in high school
Go to the
back in
start.
2010.
Ready.
Takagi just has not been beaten in this distance this year. She has the world record. It was set back in 2019, as you can imagine, on Salt Lake Ice. 149.83. Almost disappointed in a silver medal at the last Olympics in Beijing in 2015. Gold in the 1,000 and a couple of silver medals, but she was just absolutely on top of her game at the moment. Just 15 years old back in 2010, a ninth grader. And she is out in front already over Antoinette Reitma de Jong. 0.8 of a second faster than Joy Buna at the moment. Just checking the times just to see how it might line up with something historic. Not there at the moment, but she is comfortably in front. Oh, so smooth. There's Miho Takagi. There is the bell. Still 0.8 of a second to the good. Reitma de Jong, pretty comparable lap time there. Takagi will get dragged along a little bit. She's choosing to soak up as much of that draft as possible, losing a bit of time. Shows how much of a kick Buna had. Antoinette Reitma de Jong fading behind perhaps a little bit. Takagi will take the pair. Is she in line for her second gold medal of the weekend? Miho Takagi tops the leaderboard again. 151.60. 1:52.04 for Antoinette Wright-Muddy Young. Times have just started coming down fast and furious here. Takagi 1, Wright-Muddy Young 2, Buna 3. And there are still two pretty good skaters to come. But there is no stopping that woman at the moment. And final pair, Brittany Bowe, with the home crowd behind her. 5-year-old from Florida. Just off the podium in just about every time she's skated this distance this year. She's been close. You never count her out though. Marijke Groenewold of the Netherlands. Not the sort of 3,000 meters she wanted to skate yesterday. Finished just off the podium in 4th. But Groenewold second in this distance at the European Championships.
Ready.
Groenewold also silver medal in this at the last World Cup stop, so interesting race on offer. Looks like Bowe is taking this one out pretty hard indeed. I know her 1,000-meter prowess, and I think that's part of the game plan. Fire up the jets, put them on as long as you can, and then just try to hold things off. Bowe, 0.2 of a second off the pace set by Takagi. Groenewold, not the fastest of starts. I imagine we'll also see Marijke Groenewold this weekend in the mass start for women. And it is still Bowe out in front. Coming up to get 2 laps to go. Hanging in there, not far off the pace. She just has to hold that speed, though. It is a tall task indeed in a 1,500-meter race where you can just suddenly feel the lights go out and the energy is gone in the legs. Groenewold perhaps skating into this one now. He certainly carries the faster speed of the two at the moment. Bowe gets the bell, now dropping off, more than a second off the pace. Groenewold half a second faster that last lap. If that continues, she will be right up there with Bowe at the finish line. And she has the bit between the teeth, certainly right now. Marijke Groenewold closing in on Bowe, has the inner lane. Takagi is sitting comfortably at the finish line. Her time will not be beaten. Marijke Groenewold will beat Brittany Bowe in this pair, and she will go into 5th place, 1:53.17. Bowe, a 1:54 even, 2.4 off, good enough for 9th place. But that means Miho Takagi has done it again. There is no stopping this woman, it seems. At least not in speed skating terms. Takagi takes another World Cup gold medal. Confirmation, Takagi does it again. Antoinette Wright-Muddy Young in second. Joy Buna in third. So another 2 medals for the Netherlands. And Marijke Groenewold, another Dutch skater in 5th. So 2nd, 3rd, and 5th for the Netherlands. And the second half of the results board. So they are going to change things around. Get quickly set up. We'll be back after a tiny pause. Not as long as the medal breaks. It's the men's 500 meters coming at you in just a few minutes. men's 500 meters just about coming up, and if you want to handicap this one, good luck. One's race these days. Japanese skaters, of course, have several skaters who can find their way to the top of the leaderboard. Laurent Zibreuil, the Canadian, skating well. Oh yeah, the world champion. That guy named Stoles is also here. So buckle up, everybody. Let's enjoy a fun one here. And we'll get right into the first pair. These are two guys who could, despite it being the first pair, could find their way near the top. Martin Lieve, 27 years old. He was silver at the European Championships, the man from Estonia. He lives in Heerenveen. And then on the outer lane, the 19-year-old, one to watch perhaps for the future for the Netherlands, Jenning de Bo, the 19-year-old from Groningen. Also won gold at the European Championships.
Wordy.
Very close opener between these two men. (34-2-1) for Jenning de Bo, 34-3-9 for Martin Lieve. And anytime you see those young skaters like the 19-year-old, he's making his first time on the ice in Salt Lake City. So it's a new personal best actually for both of these men. Here we go, the second pair, Hein Otterspeer of the Netherlands, another very fast man. The 35-year-old veteran, Cooper McLeod, the youngster. So age against youth here.
Wordy.
There's McLeod, who had that faster opener in the 100 meters. And he will get that cheer from the home crowd to bring him down to the finish line. He's faster than Otterspeer at the moment, the Dutch veteran, 34 years of age. And it is McLeod taking it. He goes second, 34-2-4. Otterspeer, 34-5-9 into fourth. Amazing just how competitive the 500-meter field is. It's a matter of tenths of a second, hundredths of a second. Great low angle on the start there. Very close race between these two, and it's Du taking it. Or is it Mihowski with the late surge by 0.03 of a second? 34.57, 34.60. Very even race between these two men. See, love that low angle. And there's the difference of a couple hundredths of a second. Mihowski taking the pair. Fourth pair has Bjorn Magnusson, 26-year-old from Norway. And David Bosa, 31-year-old from Italy. Will be remembered as the man who finished third on the day Jordan Stolz set the new world record. I always like noticing how Bosa's a bit different. Leaves the sunglasses on the head until the last moment.
Wordy. Ball stable. Outer lane, not stable. Wordy.
Bosa, his best result in a 500 meters this season is a 7th place on World Cup. Very quick opening, couple hundredths of a second off the leader's time. You see Jeremy Wotherspoon, the Norwegian coach and speed skating great, shouting some encouragement to his young challenger Bjorn Magnusson, but it's Bosa bringing it to the line. It's going to be Bosa taking the pair. Slots into 4, 34.47. Magnusson 34.65. At Bosa, the current leader, the 19-year-old Yenning DeBow. Cooper McLeod in second, Martin Leave in third. But who's that man in red, in the red armband and navy blue and black suit? We'll get to him in just a second. Marek Kania of Poland on the inner lane. And the man we just see win the 1,500 meters. He's the reigning world champion in the 500 meters. And I've been saying his name a lot this weekend. Jordan Stolz. The largest ovations.
Wordy.
Kania, a top 10 twice on World Cup this season. And he was a bronze medal winner at the European Championships. But all eyes are on Jordan Stolz. Very quick openers for both of them. 9.60, 9.67. Stoles almost 0.2 of a second faster. Now has the task of chasing down Kanya onto that back stretch. It is Stoltz moving into the inner lane. Jordan Stoltz has a couple of gold medals already this weekend. A lot of pairs still to come. Jordan Stoltz for now eyeing the top of the leaderboard, does just that. 33.96 for Jordan Stoltz. New personal best for him. Another national record for him. I believe maybe just a personal best. Anyway, the new world record would be less than 33.61. So there's still some room to go there. But Stoles again atop the leaderboard. USA first and third at the moment. From the inner lane, the youngster from Spain, Neil Yop. And on the outer lane is the former Olympic champion in the distance, Havard Lorentzen.
Go to the start. Worthy.
Lorentzen, first gold medal from the 2018 Games in Pyeongchang, but Neil Yop, former Youth Olympic Games participant as well, getting up to speed, the quicker of the two. 9.76 is his opener. If I'm not mistaken, Yop is the Spanish team at this event. He wants to do the country proud. Of course, you always want to inspire your compatriots to take up the sport as well. It's Yop and Lorentzen to the line, and it's Yop going 10th, 34.63. Lorentzen 34.70. Zipping through the prayers pretty quickly, down to our last four. Next one has Yudai Yamamoto, one of the members of that Japanese power sprint team. Not the one really we're going to be watching, but there is potential there in Jano Botman, the 23-year-old man from the Netherlands. One of those skaters who sometimes has been A and B division this year. Botman has some top 10s in the A division this year in the 500. A little bit off the pace right now. That is, of course, compared to Stolz's time. Botman 0.06 of a second off pace. He went pretty far out wide coming off the turn. I don't know how much that would cost him, but he gets into the inner lane. It is Botman closing things up and maybe taking a lead. Botman, this is close. And it is Botman, 34.35. Yudai Yamamoto, 34.39, slotting into 6th place. So the personal bests coming down. And Stoles still comfortably on top for the moment. Pretty cool and casual. And next up, Damian Zudek, who's on the podium at home for one of the 500s this year, the 24-year-old. It's an all-business look right there. And Tatsuya Shinama, so much power in this man.
Go to the stop.
First and second in the 500 at home to start the year.
Wordy.
Shinama was sort of then off the podium for a little bit until getting back on in the 500 in Norway. He's just such a strong man, is Tatsuya Shinama. He's going to get a good draft down the back stretch. Maybe a bit too far, actually, but he's trying to chase down Zudek. Shinama's problem is just trying to stay in that lane, harnessing that power. He's out wide again. It happens so often for Tatsuya Shinama. I don't think he impeded with Zudek, but he goes in and Shinama slots into 5th place, 34.32. Zudek 34.57. As I mentioned, just harnessing that power as those inner lanes on the finish are often not his friend. It's not the first time we've seen him drifting out into the outer lane. But he's just such a strong, strong man. It is still Stoles' time to beat. And if there's anyone who can beat Stoles, this is another possible option. Particularly on the inside lane, Wataru Morishige of Japan. Number 1 next to his name a lot this season in the 500. Kim Jun-ho, a 28-year-old from Korea.
Go to the stop. Wordy.
Oh, there is a false start. It's a red flag for Kim. And there's the twitch. All eyes certainly on that man.
In a lane, not stable.
Oh, pardon me. They called it for Morishige.
Go to the stop. Wordy.
This time cleanly away. Morishige just so consistent this season. Second and first in Japan, first and first in China, first in Norway, and then third and 7th in Poland. Fastest opener, though, going to Kim Jun-ho. Now it's a matter of sustaining it. Kim with the faster opener. Morishige certainly with the pedigree as well. It's Kim at the moment leading things around. It is Kim Jun-ho leading the pair, eyeing the top of the leaderboard, just off of it. 34-18 for second. 34-36. Morishige going into 8th place. And so another big bullet dodged by Jordan Stolz. Kim Jun-ho has not been on the podium this year in the 500. Looking like that is possible. So, Stolz has seen challengers come and challengers go. No one has been up to the task just yet. And if there is one more final challenge, this one is certainly it. On the inner lane, the Canadian Laurent Zibreuil. Started off the season slowly, dealing with some knee injuries, some back injuries, but has come on in a very big way. And Yuma Murakami started off the season
Go to the start.
with a bronze medal in that Japanese sweep in the first 500 of the season.
Wordy.
At least based on recent form, the man to watch is in black with the maple leaf on his chest. Laurent Zibreuil has been surging lately, but Murakami with an impressive start as well. 0.17 of a second quicker, but it's a blink of an eye between Murakami and Zibreuil right now. Both of them faster than Stolz's opener. Looking like Murakami coming into the inner lane has the advantage, going way out into the outer lane. Murakami leading. Zibreuil, we know, has a surge. Here comes Zibreuil. It is 34.05. Laurent Zibreuil in second. Yuma Murakami 34.16 in third. The three-peat is done for Jordan Stolz. And tomorrow, with another 1,000, he could do a four-peat. But Zibreuil very much is back. We're a couple hundredths of a second away. And Zibreuil was reaching right at the line. Murakami did his reach late, but all for naught. More celebrations. Jordan Stolz, head coach Ryan Shimabukuro, and the man from Wisconsin will be back for another medal. Confirmation of the results: Stolz, Zibreuil, Murakami, 1, 2, and 3. And you will see these men get their medals in just a few moments. They're going to resurface the ice, and then the final few races of the day, team pursuit time. And will there be another world record to come? You'll just have to stay with us and find out. Once again, everybody, my name is Gavin Day. Thanks again for joining us. Back with you in just a bit.
Now the medals presentation for the women's 1500 meters. Presenting the awards as you represented Sergio Inesi and U.S. speed skating supporter Scott Amon. In the women's 1500 meters, finishing third, personal best time of 1:52.23, the bronze medalist from the Netherlands, Joy Buna. Finishing second, the season best 1:52.04, the silver medalist from the Netherlands, Antoinette Reitma de Jong.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Finishing first, the time of 1:51.60, the fastest 1500 meters anywhere this season, the gold medalist from Japan, Miho Takagi. Congratulations again to our medalists in the women's 1500 meters, the bronze medalist Joy Buna, silver medalist Antoinette Reitma de Jong, and the gold medalist Miho Takagi. Coming up now, the medal ceremony for the men's 500 meters. Presenting the awards, ISU representative Sergio Inesi and U.S. speed skating supporter Bill Russo. In the men's 500 meters, finishing third, the season best time of 34.16, the bronze medalist from Japan, Yuma Murakami. Finishing second, the season best time of 34.05, the silver medalist from Canada, Laurent Debrel. first in a new national record time of 33:96. The gold medalist from the United States of America, Jordan Stolz. Congratulations again to our medalists in the men's 500 meters, the bronze medalist Yuma Murakami, the silver medalist Laurent Durrell, and the gold medalist Jordan Stolz.
Getting set up for the men's team pursuit, and I believe you may have seen the start lists already for it. And certainly plenty to talk about in this one. Of course, what I mean is the current world record set by Norway a few weeks ago at the European Championships at sea level. It was in Heerenveen, and now on the fastest ice in the world. And not only are they trying to break that world record, they're in a pair with the United States, the previous world record holders. First up, though, we have the first pair, Huizinga, Snelink, and Bart Koolwerf for the Netherlands. The three Belgian men entered this weekend. There's not really much to choose from. Suttles, Swings, and Medard.
Worthy.
This is the exact same Belgian roster that took to the ice at the European Championships. Belgium did not finish that one. Same lineup, as I mentioned. The Dutch in that one finished in third. Marcel Bosker was there in place of Snellink in that one. And so if you're looking at the world record pace that Norway set at those European Championships, they were pretty consistently high 12s, low 13s, sort of in the 12.9 to 13.1 range. And you'll see that's after each half lap. They'll get time checks every half lap, or exactly every half lap. And so the Netherlands, at the moment, it's a pretty fast time by international standards, by historical standards. Still 6 laps to go, though. Of course, you're only as good as your third fastest skater. And so the teams that stay together do the best. There's a little push on the back, just to let them know that they are still there. At the moment, the Netherlands pushing out a couple tenths of a second every half lap, as you would expect from a team like the Netherlands. Before the Norwegians and the United States with the world record, it was all the Dutch. They had the world record broken on 4 separate occasions. And right now, they are 4 laps to go, pushing a half lap about 13.3. This is the third and final skating of the team pursuit this season. Of course, we'll see it again at the World Single Distance Championships back in Calgary. And so there have been 2 team pursuits run this season, or skated this season. And it was the US and Norway each winning one of them. The last one was in Poland, the US winning, Italy second, and Norway in third. The first one, it was Norway in first, Italy in second, and the United States in third. But right now, at the moment, the Dutch well out in front, 2 laps to go, comfortably in charge of this one. They will likely put up the fastest time to beat. Of course, still have to get all 3 of your skaters to the line. The Dutch keeping everyone upright this time as well. Now they will come up to get the bell. 13.56 that last half lap for the Netherlands. 4 seconds advantage right now over Belgium. And it's Huizinga, Snellink, and Houlworth that's going to come and take this to the line. A little push there, just letting your teammates know that you're there, and so you're not skating right into the back of them either. And the Dutch fan out. 3:38.35 is the time to beat. And just so you're aware, the world record, 3:34.22. Maybe it's just me, but the tension is certainly palpable now. And here we go. The current record holders, the former world record holders. Let's see who Norway has. Sander Eitrem, Sverlund Pedersen, and Peter Kongshaug. That's exactly the same roster that set the world record. United States, Casey Dawson, Emery Lehman, and Ethan Sepperin. That's 2/3 of that World Cup side. Sepperin stepping in for Joey Mantia, who has stepped aside. But still, this is a big moment. A reminder, Norway setting that world record. Each half lap was in the 12.9 to 13-point run range. And so you might see those times up early, but keeping those ones will be what matters most. The U.S. quickly away. That's compared to the time of the Netherlands. Norway not quite up to speed just yet. They'll have those very Aero helmets on right now. U.S. the faster of the two sides. Both of these sides do have World Cup wins so far this season. 12.93, 13.07 that last half lap. Keep it in there. We are in the ballpark of a race time here. When Norway broke the world record, it was by just about a quarter of a second. 12.86, the U.S. That's certainly fast. 6 laps to go. It's Sepperin, Dawson, and Lehman right now, still on that very fast pace. What time do you start to believe that something is going on here? United States as a unit in formation. Another 12.85 half lap time there. Norway not too bad either to 13.05. Will they be making a push? Get that 2 shot. It is certainly a wide margin for the U.S. right now. This is something going on here. The United States, Sepperin, Dawson, Lehman, coming up to just a few laps to go. Another 12.89. They are certainly the faster right now. 2:14.42, another 12.87. 3 laps to go. USA trying to keep it together, just a little bit off out of there, maybe on that corner. Back quickly into stride. Norway certainly faster than the Netherlands, but no matching the US right now, who are 2 seconds in front. 2 laps to go. Another time under 13 seconds. They have the home crowd on their side. Some final bits of advice from the coaches on that stretch. 13.16. The U.S. seeing the time slip away. Can't really compare it. We don't really have a line to see how that matches to the world record, but the bell should presumably give them a boost. USA 13.23, again slipping it just a little bit behind. We'll get one final time check here. They are coming up. They are at 13.42 that time. It is going to be very close. The world record, 3:34.22. USA to the line. They've done it. 3:33.66 world record. Outstanding performance. The skaters even lost a visor at the end. Two days, two world records set by the United States on home ice in Salt Lake City. We have to re-catch our breath here because there's still one more pair to go. Here's a look at the Chinese and the Italian sides.
Go to the start.
So China, Wu Yu, Sun Chuanyi, and Wang Shuyan. Italy, Andrea Giovannini, Davide Giotto, and Michele Malfatti. So, interesting mix for the Italian side. Giovannini, of course, we know from the mass start. Giotto, one of the ones who we figure always in the mix are the 5,000 and the 10,000 meters. And this team, the Italian side, they're not slouches either. They finished on the podium in both previous team pursuits this season on World Cup. Both of them silver medals. It's been the U.S. and the Norwegians swapping gold and bronze. So, rather daunting task. And if you're skating in this race, you've just seen the house erupt with the hometown side getting a world record. And so, comparing to world record time right now, and Italy is about a half a second off the pace. Not too bad for them. Certainly. Imagine going 3 for 3 on silver medals this season on World Cup. And they're still hanging in there. It looks like it's, at least in the early going, Italy on form. To pick up maybe another medal, a third medal. Really, the three teams in team pursuit right now, Italy, Norway, and the United States. And of course, really a two-horse race at the top when two teams are setting world records. But Italy's beaten both of them this year. Now about a second off the pace. And China starting in with the 6th fastest time at the moment. Italy eyeing another trip to the podium, 3 laps to go. This is very real for them as well. And coming a little bit unglued there, that team. Slipping just a little bit, still hanging on to second. You can quickly reform though. I believe that little push on the little backside there was created by the Canadians around the 2010 Olympics. So just kind of let them know that they're there. And so you're not really sort of also skating into the back of your teammate. You maintain that space. You're still in that draft. And now Italy slips to third just a little bit. And China up into the 5th fastest time at the moment. So China picking up a little bit. Italy still just hanging on to 3rd place. And there is the bell for the Chinese as well. They're up into 5th. Italy, 2 silver medals already this year. Trying to go 3 for 3 on the podium. They're there at the moment. And again, just coming in maybe a little bit unglued. But they have this pair won. And they fan out. And they do cross in 3rd place. 3:36.69. China will cross with the 5th fastest time. 3:41.94. And so it's been a 3 same countries on the podium in 3 World Cups. They've just changed positions, and they're new world record holders, the United States. So the previous U.S. team, Joey Mantia, Emery Lehman, and Casey Dawson. Mantia, as I mentioned, retired. Ethan Sepperin steps in. And the U.S. regaining their world record that they had lost for, well, about 3 weeks.
First on 340 or 334.
Confirmation of the results. USA with the new WR to go next to the name. Norway and Italy rounding out the podium. I think we will give it just a quick surface of the ice. Updated standings. Not sure that's accurate. The USA is nowhere there, and they have 2 World Cup wins this season, so that may merit some shifting. Anyway, I think I see they're going to do a quick flood of the ice. And then we'll have the final races of the day, the women's team pursuit. Stick with us.
177, that's cool. Oh, I could have got hard. I hit 192. Dude, the adrenaline during that race, I was pumping. Dude, oh my god. I was pumping. Like, I was buzzing most of the time.
I hate to say it, but we probably could have gone faster.
We could have. Hey, world champs, this was before.
I slipped so hard in that corner.
I saw that, I heard, I was like, oh god.
Like
Got it
last
back.
quarter, I was like, dude, with 1 to go, I literally.
Progress, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
You guys
Guys.
too. Scared the fuck
Which
out
one's
of
mine?
us.
Which one's my helmet? Thank you. Thank you. Congrats.
Wow, that was
I
wild.
think this is mine.
Yeah, mine's in there.
Large belly, it's still up. I also lost my headband.
All right, we still have the women's team pursuit to go. We see USA and Italy to get things off on the right foot. Be interesting to see, looking at how things have gone in the last pair, Canada against Japan. And Canada reuniting that golden World Cup or Olympic gold medal team from Beijing last weekend at the four continents and getting success there. We'll see if they come back for more. So far this year, Japan has won both of the team pursuit events. Canada has been second in both of them. And the Netherlands has one bronze medal, and Poland has the other. There is Brittany Bowe in line for the U.S. here. The U.S. were 7th at the first stop in Obihiro. And the last time they did this was in Poland. The U.S. was 7th. Looks like we are pretty close to getting ready to go. There's the U.S. Brittany Bowe, Nia Manganello, and Georgia Birkland. The youngster Greta Myers was listed as an option, but not making the start line here. And Italy has Francesca Lollobrigida. I believe she's brought her son with her. And Veronica Luciani and Laura Lorenzato.
Go to the start. Ready,
Lola Brigida, mother to a son now. I saw that he was 8 months old now. He's made the trip over to Salt Lake. And Italy, they were 10th at the World Cup stop in Obihito. And they did not take part in the A division anyway, the last stop in Poland. But we have experienced skater like Lola Brigida coming back into the fold. Lola Brigida picked up a bronze in the mass start at the European Championships in Heerenveen. I might just see her in there as well, mixing it up with the likes of Schouten and Gronewood and Evany Blondet. USA, the first World Cup of the year, they had Manganello, Myers, and Georgia Birkeland. And the second one, they had Manganello, Birkeland, and Greta Myers. Oh, pardon me, it's the same lineup. I'm reading the name correct. So Brittany Bowe in for the first time this season. And at the moment, the U.S. are out in front. They, of course, will set the time to beat. And why not? The world record is held by Japan at the moment, 250.76. That was set back in 2020 at the World Single Distance Championships. That had Miho Takagi, Nana Takagi, and Ayano Sato. 2/3 of those skaters could be in there anyway today. The US getting a very solid race right now in front, 2.5 seconds advantage over Italy. It is Bowe leading the team around at the moment. We have that experienced Brittany Bowe taking long pulls at the front, guiding the team around. Of course, the rider in front really makes the slipstream for the other two skaters to follow in behind, shouldering the lion's share of the work here in the last few laps. And still in front, the gap has come down inside 2 seconds now. Italy putting together some strong last few time splits. I don't think it's enough to catch the U.S. They're coming apart just a little bit, and they get over the line. And in the end, just a 1.25 seconds. The U.S. ahead of Italy there. Took about 0.5 second out on that last time split. So, first pair, obviously time to beat now. And the next pair, we'll see Switzerland taking on Germany. Matchup of teams that finished second and third at the European Championships. There you have it. Germany on the crossing straight. Switzerland on the finishing straight. And I don't think that's Sverre Lund Pedersen on the Swiss side. Yeah, the fun we have with graphics. Leah Lynn Schultz. And we have the German side as well. Josephine Schlorb, Josie Hoffman, Leah Sophie Schultz for Germany. I believe it was Yasmin Guntert, Ramona Hardy, and Caitlin McGregor for the Swiss. Those were the two sides that skated at the European Championships anyway. And very even through the first little bit. Just a couple hundredths of a second separating the two. And there was, at the European Championships, these two sets were only separated by 7/100ths of a second in the end for second and third. It was the Dutch well out in front. Poland started against the Netherlands. Actually, the Netherlands were off on their own. And these two sides, Switzerland and Germany, competed against each other. So that would have been a very close race to watch in person. At the moment, it is the Swiss who are in the ascendancy at the moment. Sitting about a half a second back of the United States. Germany a second behind them. It looks like things, maybe I'm imagining it, things might be closing up just a little bit. And indeed it is, by about 0.2 of a second. Germany starting to come into its own. And there was a fall. Pardon me, I missed that there. It's a Swiss skater going down right into the infield. She appears to be okay. And now it's just Germany's race to go. Unfortunate situation for the Swiss. Germany now sitting in second. This team pursuit is 6 laps, so it's not... When you have 3 skaters and you have the chance to draft, it's not a true kind of distance event. It's an interesting tactical race. And Germany right now obviously will win the pair provided they get all their skaters through. And the silver medalists from the European Championships will likely move into second place, chasing the Americans. The Swiss will have to regroup and assess what happened and refocus for, I believe the next time this will be skated is at the World Single Distances. So Germany actually slipped to third, 2:59.09. And the Swiss still have some time to go here. Kudos to them for the effort for getting back on. And I know they still do want to get some World Cup points, obviously. They don't want to have a DNF or a DQ or any of that. So they got back together and finish as a unit. So Germany wins the pair. Let's see what happened here. And it's the skater in front. That sort of messes with everything, that's to be sure. Just lost balance from the looks of things. And then right onto the infield. Oof, that's dangerous to catch the toe of the blade right as she left the ice. Anyway, Germany stays up, wins the pair, moves into second. There might be some ice repairs to come. Indeed, that is the situation. So, saw one of the Chinese skaters putting her jacket back on there. Might take a moment or so. Possible they bring out the fire extinguisher, borrow it from their short track compatriots. heard it. There it is, the fire extinguisher to flash freeze things in place there. Next up, China and Poland. Right at the Polish side, Olga Piotrowska, Natalia Jabrzak, and Magdalena Chiszczon. At the Chinese.
Go to the start. Ready.
So, Tian Rining, Yang Binyu, and Jin Wenjing for China. Poland side, Magdalena Chiszczon, Natalia Jabrzak, and Olga Piotrowska. Poland, 4th place in Japan in the opening World Cup of the season, and as I mentioned earlier, they do have a bronze medal. China 4th at the last stop in Poland, and 5th in Obihito. So two sides that could be quite comparable. Not too far apart in time. Less than a second was the difference between them in Obihito, and just under 2 seconds the difference. So it'll be interesting to see how things unfold today on different ice surfaces, different conditions. China did not take part at the Four Continents last weekend, and there was actually no team pursuit. Actually, there was team pursuit. What am I thinking? Yes, there was. But yeah, anyway, China did not take part last weekend. That team pursuit last week won by the Canadians. We will see them in the final pair against Japan. And at the moment, it is Poland well out in front. They are putting the pursuit in pursuit today, closing in on the Chinese. They have them in their sights. That is a healthy margin. I didn't see anything that might have happened to the Chinese side. But this Polish team on a bit of a flyer at the moment. Really closing up the gap. It's about a straight difference, so maybe 100 meters between the two. 2 laps to go. Poland with the 3rd fastest time at the moment. China well off the pace. And 14.62, that last split as Poland slides up into 2nd provisionally. It's been Poland and the Netherlands, the 2 bronze medal sides this year. Poland sitting in 2nd at the moment behind the United States, just over a second off the pace. There's the belt for China. Not their best race to be sure, but Poland really working to close that gap. It's like the carrot dangling in front. They know they just need the time, but they're living up to the pursuit reputation. Poland going to take this one. They're racing for 2nd, potentially at the moment. They do slot into 2nd. 2:58.71. Just over a second off the U.S. pace. And 2:10.28 for China. And so A potential for another Polish medal in women's team pursuit, but two very, very good teams are still to come. Still on top of the leaderboard, the USA not even really paying attention to matters. They may in a few moments when we see the final two teams going head to head. There we have it. Canada and Japan. They have finished 1-2 both World Cup stops this season. Canada does, in fact, bring out the Olympic gold side. This one will be interesting. Not often you see a false start in a team pursuit. This time cleanly away. Both sides, and let's just call it a straight line formation off the start. It's always interesting. Some teams do two at the front and one at the back, and anyway, this way it's all lined up in a row. First time split, both a little bit behind the time set by the United States. But there's a long, long way to go. Reminder, time checks are every half lap. Onodera, Sato, and Horikawa for Japan. And the Canadians have Malte, Weideman, and Blondin. The famous trio that has so much experience together, and certainly in the early going now, Canada into the green, Japan already almost a second off the pace. It is still Canada adding to that lead right now. The light bulb has potentially clicked for this Canadian side. Twice silver on World Cup. A gold a week ago at 4 continents. And in the early going, on pace to get back on the top of the podium in the women's team pursuit on World Cup. Now a second ahead of the United States. Japan, they lost some time early, but are just sort of stabilizing a bit. They haven't lost too much more time, but Canada looking like a well-oiled machine at the moment, adding to their advantage. Japan closing back in on the time set by the U.S. Just over 0.7 of a second off their pace. Malte already has an individual medal this weekend in the 3,000. It is Malte leading the group right now. Weideman in reserve, just sitting right there behind her. Now Canada over 2.2 seconds ahead. Japan closing in on the U.S. A little stumble by Weideman coming up to the bell. Doesn't look like it's going to cost Canada that much time. Japan now ahead of the U.S. They're finding their form, lapping faster than Canada. I don't know if there's enough room for them to close it back up unless the Canadians have lost a lot of time. They look in unison. 3 seconds ahead. Japan, I think, has run out of room to catch the Canadians. They might be settling for second for the first time on World Cup this year. But in Salt Lake City, Canada is gold. Japan into second with a good burst of pace in his last half of the race. And the U.S. all smiles, they get a bronze medal. And so, the last World Cup race of the season in the women's team pursuit, the Olympic champions are back on top of the podium. There's the little wobble. Didn't cost them too much time, though. It is actually the last race of the day as well. So we'll just confirm those team pursuit results and then take one last quick break as they hand out the medals, and then I'll be back to sign things off from Salt Lake City. There you go. Canada, Japan, USA, your podium in the women's team pursuit. So they'll hand out the medals. We'll all enjoy it together, and then I will say goodbye.
silver medalists from Norway, Sander Eitram, Peter Kongshaug, and Sverlund Pedersen. And finishing first with a new world record time of 3:33.66, the gold medalist for the United States of America, Casey Dawson, Emery Lehman, and Ethan Severin.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
World record.
Right? Great job. Thank you.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Congratulations again to our medalists in the men's team pursuit, the bronze medalists from Italy, Andrea Giovannini, Davide Giotto, and Michele Malfatti. The silver medalists from Norway, Sander Eitram, Peter Kongshaug, and Sverlund Pedersen. And the gold medalists from the United States of America, Casey Dawson, Emery Lehman, and Ethan Severin. Coming up now, the awards presentation for the 2023-2024 World Cup Men's Team Pursuit Overall Championship. In the overall men's team pursuit standings, finishing in third place overall, it is Italy.
Third. Chi la prende? Bravo.
Second overall in the World Cup men's team pursuit is in Norway. And in the World Cup men's team pursuit overall standings, finishing first, the United States of America. Coming up now, the medal ceremony for the women's team pursuit. Presenting the awards with Sergio Anese, USB skate supporter Diane Plow. In the women's team pursuit, finishing third in a time of 2:57.66, the bronze medalists from the United States, Brittany Bowe, Mia Manganello, and Georgia Berkland.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. You're welcome. Oh, sorry. Thank you. I got one job. Goodbye, birds.
Finishing second in a time of 2:55.51, the silver medalist from Japan, Yuna Onodera, Aya Sato, Momoka Horikawa.
Congratulations.
Got it? You got your routine ready? Last time it was like not that great.
Finishing in a time of 2:54.07, the gold medalist from Canada, Valerie Malte, Isabel Whiteman, and Ebony Blondin.
Execution set.
It's weird without the actual.
You need the photo, no? For the next time, huh?
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
Congratulations again to our medalists in the women's team pursuit, the bronze medalists from the United States of America, Brittany Bowe, Mia Manganello, and Georgia Berkland, the silver medalists from Japan, Yuna Onodera, Ayano Sato, and Momoka Horikawa, and the gold medalists from Canada, Valerie Malte, Isabel Whiteman, and Ebony Blondin. Finishing third overall in the women's team pursuit is Poland.
Who's dates, kids?
The blonde one.
The
Like,
blonde
that's a-
one.
Yeah.
Finishing his second overall in the women's team pursuit is Canada.
Thank you. Thank you.
Really? Yeah.
And the overall champions in the women's team pursuit, Japan. Congratulations to our overall winners in the women's team pursuit. Third, Poland. Second, Canada. And the season champion, Japan.
And there you have it, not only medals for today for the team pursuit, but also the overall top three, as this was the third and final time they raced the team pursuits on World Cup. Of course, more still to come there at the World Single Distance Championships in Calgary. But that's it for team pursuit, and that's it for day two. Another day, another world record. What's more to come on the third day? There is another 1,000 meters still to come tomorrow, so we just don't know what will happen until we see it. So until tomorrow, everyone, on behalf of the ISU and the entire crew, my name is Gavin Day. I hope you enjoyed everything today, and I'll be with you again tomorrow at the same time. Goodbye.
Team pursuit. So right now, I'd like to invite up to the stage Team USA's team pursuit team, along with their training partner as well. Connor, you can do this too. Come on out. This is your Team USA men's team pursuit world record holders. Give them a hand as they approach the stage. Casey Dawson, Ethan Sepperon, Emery Lehman, and Connor McDermott Mustoe. Gentlemen, on behalf of recognizing your incredible accomplishment today, we are going to provide you here with this plaque of the men's team pursuit with their world record time of 3 minutes and 33 seconds, .66 for Team USA. Guys, congratulations. Fantastic feat. You're now the world's best and world record holders. Congratulations. One more hand for Team USA.